Okay. It is a scorcher today. Whew. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and today we're going to recreate another painting by another one of my all-time favorite artists. And today we're going to be looking at the art of Alexander Archipenko, the greatest Ukrainian sculptor of all time, and arguably the father of modern sculpture. For better or worse. I'm sure some people would be like, oh my goodness, what awful Pandora's box did he open that created the current climate of sculpture that we have today? I would say most people would say that it's a great thing, the diversity of sculpture we have, but generally considered, Archipenko is responsible for blowing open the doors of classical, traditional approaches to sculpture. He was also a painter, an illustrator, designer. He was interested in architecture as well, and also, without a doubt, the father of kinetic art that moves. So he is a person who was very, very influential. So it's really cool to take a look at his work, and being of Ukrainian descent myself, and considering everything going on in the world right now, and certain people saying that Ukraine doesn't even exist, it's awesome to be able to celebrate the true history of Ukraine and such a great artist. So this is the painting we are going to recreate. It's a sculpture, but we're going to make a painting of it. So let's take a look at the plan for today's episode. What we're going to do is we're going to get the image onto the canvas. There's a free downloadable template, which I'm going to show you how to get this image onto the canvas so we can get this painting started. Then we're going to stain it with a little bit of color. We'll talk a little bit about Archipenko's biography. Then we'll do a little bit of underpainting, and we'll work on the background and foreground. Today it's very hot in my studio. This is about the hottest day of the year so far, so I'm gonna have to take a bit of a different approach than I normally would do, which is fine because it's good to see a different way of doing things. It is really hot in here, so hopefully the cameras don't overheat too quickly here. So, and we should be done in about 3 hours. So that's the plan for today. As always, consider liking, subscribing, hitting that notification bell so that you are notified of new episodes, including today's episode is happening a little bit earlier than normal because I'm going to see a jazz concert later on today, so I have to get out of the house ASAP. As well, if you want to leave a donation, there's a few ways you could do that. There's the PayPal link in the description below. You can use the super chat function here in YouTube. If you see a little $ by where you comment, you can click on that. You can send an e-transfer via email or through the Facebook group. Just contact me. All those links are in the description below. And again, I'm so grateful for all the support of people like yourself who've been keeping this show up and running for almost 3 years, and this wouldn't exist without you guys, so thank you once again. Okay, so let's get this image onto the canvas. This is going to be our first step here, and I'll show you where you can download this template. Here's the Facebook page, by the way, and for every episode I usually do a little bio that I post to the Facebook. So if you click in there's a Dropbox folder, and there's a link to it in the description below, and you click on that, you're going to see at the very top, these are our most basic introductory paintings about the color wheel and value scales and so forth. Then these are a bunch of paintings that I think anybody can paint. Very straightforward and simple, but also building on foundational painting techniques that I think are important as you go forward. And then you'll see there's another 150 or so folders down here, some of which have 5, 12 or so paintings individually inside. And here we go. And of course, there's also 9 files in here. Because I've made templates for 3 different artworks, but we're only going to work on these 3 in the middle here. There's the original image, and then there's tracings, which I've done is a JPEG and a PDF. So download the ones, the JPEG or PDF, whatever's easier for you to print out. And then I'm going to play this video, which just sort of shows how this process is done here. So I download and print out the template from the Dropbox folder using my just regular inkjet printer at home and regular photocopy paper. And here's a canvas, a 9x12 sized canvas board. And I like these ones that I've ordered off Amazon. Those are my favorite. And so if you want, there's a link in the description below where you can order them. They come out to about $2 a piece instead of $1 at your local dollar store, but I think they're more than twice the quality. So I tape that down roughly in the center, and then I'm going to take a piece of carbon transfer paper. And you can see that I've already used it before. You could use it dozens of times for this particular purpose anyway. And I put the shiny side down, put it in between the canvas and the paper. And then I'm going to just trace over everything here. Now this is a fairly straightforward image, so I don't think it's, it goes by pretty quickly. Some of those lighter lines, that's just kind of help you where some of the highlights might be. That's going to get obliterated very quickly. Especially the way that we're going to have to do this painting, considering how hot it is in the studio right now. So, and you can see I sort of didn't get my lines are a little bit off. That's okay, right? Not sure why I'm like, oh, I've got to get it perfect, but you're gonna see here there's gonna be a lot of room for interpretation. Come on, Michael, let's finish this, wrap this one up here. I hesitate to jump forward because then I might just go right past. Looks like it's good, and always just double check and make sure you've got the lines that you need before you tear that tape off, because you'll never realign it back to the original. Once you've drawn it, or once you've taken that tape off, you gotta live with it. So, once you got that, then you're gonna have this done here. As mentioned, I did a whole bunch of outlines for Archipenko. Here's this other one. I love this sculpture as well. It was such a hard decision between the two, but these will be for a different day. So I'll put these back down here. Okay. So let's move to the next step there. Stacy says, I'm trying to get my mom on also to watch. No heat strokes. Yes, be careful the heat. Yeah, make sure you stay hydrated, and if you need, go to a library or someplace where that has some sort of cooling station. Okay. So, the next step is to put a little bit of color on this painting. And if you've been painting with me for a while, you know what this step is, but let me just explain it for anyone who's new to the channel. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put what I call a warm yellow on top of this entire painting. And if you've never heard what a warm yellow is, and yes, it's hot right now, but we can paint with a warm yellow even when it's freezing cold. So these are the colors I'm going to be using. And you can see there's just 8 tubes of paint here. And honestly, I almost never use this black. Not because I don't like black, but we can make our own color, our own black, out of these existing 6 colors up top here. And then with white, we can make a gray with it as well. And we'll be making a black with today's painting, so you'll see that process. Now I'm going to use this warm yellow here to prime the canvas, to do the Imprimatura. But if you want to use a different brand, you can use golden. This is a higher grade of paint, and so this tube, this cadmium yellow dark, which is also a warm yellow, you will pay about $50 for the same size of tube of paint that I'm going to use, which costs about $12. There is a difference in quality. It's not just an expensive price hike. There is a difference, but I think if you're a beginner, you probably won't notice much of a difference at all. So here's your cadmium yellow Deep Hue with Liquitex. This is their student grade. They make it professional quality as well. Winsor & Newton, Artist Loft for Michael's Art Supplies, Buzz, Peebo, Holbein, Dialer Rowney. If I've gone too fast, you can go back, pause, but I've also covered this at length in the very first Master Study episode. So let's get some paint on here right now. So here's my warm yellow as promised. This is a 250 milliliter tube, and again, it comes out to something like, I think it's $12 or so. So if you get them on sale, maybe a little bit cheaper. And then I'm going to put a little bit of water in here. This is the only time I ever use water when I'm painting with acrylic paints. The most common mistake, and I would say it is a mistake, even though I think, you know, there's a lot of room for play when it comes to acrylic paint. You generally want to use mediums instead of water when you're painting with acrylic. Now, why am I using water when I'm just saying you shouldn't? It's because this step is really the one step where using water is acceptable and maybe even preferable, because what we're going to do is we're going to put it on top of this gessoed canvas, which is nice. Gessoed canvas, gesso, by the way, is basically clear paint with plaster in it, and it helps fill up the weave in the canvas, right? Canvas is a fabric, so there's a little bit of that weaved texture in there, and gesso goes in and kind of fills up the gaps, and the more gesso you use, the smoother your canvas gets. So if you know anything about plaster loves water, and this is so basically what we're doing is, rather than painting, we're staining this surface, which is technically a different process. And so using that water helps the paint to absorb into that surface. So there we go. And now I'm just going to go across here, smooth it all out. I don't really care if it's a little bit streaky. The one thing I just want to avoid is ridges. I don't want any texture in here. And that's another reason why I put water in there, because the water will reduce any potential texture. It just sort of flattens the paint, as opposed to if we put a gel medium into the paint, we can get lots of texture, which, like we did for our Jasper Johns painting just the other day for American Independence Day. We used a lot of medium and got really nice and juicy and thick like a cake. Tanya says, are we early today? Yes, we are early today. I'm going to see a concert later on tonight, so I wanted to make sure I had enough time to comfortably finish today's painting, so I didn't have to either end the episode before I was finished, or get to the concert late. Okay, so that looks good. It is very hot in here, and this will dry on its own. But let's just give this a little blast of heat anyway to speed this process up. So I'm just going to mute the audio temporarily here. Okay, nice. Nice, ready to go. So let's move on to the next step here. So let's talk, while this is just finishing drying, let's talk really briefly about the biography of Alexander Archipenko, because it is a kind of fascinating story, and there's a lot that we could talk about here. So I was like, oh, I got to try to keep myself brief and to the point, which, as you know, is very difficult for me. Okay, so let's just begin here with, he was born in 1887 in Kiev, and dies in 1964 at age 76 in New York City. So Kiev is the capital of Ukraine, and at the time it was part of the Russian Empire. So Ukraine, as we've talked about many times, has been occupied by lots of different countries over the years, including Russia. This is not the first time Russia has invaded Ukraine. Russia has invaded Ukraine at least 3 other times. Poland has invaded Ukraine. Vikings have invaded Ukraine. Turkish people, Iranian people, basically because Ukraine is this big, flat area, these big empty plains, which are perfect for growing things, and that's a big issue right now of food shortages, particularly in North Africa, but it makes it a very difficult territory to defend, so there's been lots of people that have contested the area we now know as Ukraine. Anyway, Archipenko was born in Kiev, and I wasn't able to find out much information about his early childhood, but it looks like he began attending art school at a very early age, 15, which, you know, if you do the math, I mean, it's possible that there was this art school that he went to in Kiev was sort of like a art high school, which we have here in Canada in some places, where kind of focuses on a particular, like, music or art or dance, etc. I'm not sure. Obviously, 100 years ago, people lived shorter lives, and sometimes that meant schooling was a little bit shorter. Either way, by 1908, he moves to Paris to study at l'École des Beaux-Arts, which is, even to this day, the preeminent art school in France. So that would have been a huge honor. Actually, and I think even before he goes to Paris, he does spend a brief period of time in Moscow. But he goes to Paris, and he's there for only he's in school for only a short period of time. He spends a lot of his time at the various art museums that exist in Paris at the time, sketching and drawing, and he's really inspired by the African art which is on display at the Louvre. And he's not the only person. Famously, Pablo Picasso and a number of the other Paris or artists that are living in Paris at the time are also fascinated by African art, because there's an exhibition, I think it's basically like a World's Fair in Paris around this time, and they have exhibits from all over the world, and there's all of these artworks from Africa that are on display, as well as people, which is a horribly shameful thing to have people on display like animals in a zoo, but they brought Africans from Africa there to stand there and be gawked at by the Europeans. Whole other thing. But anyway, the masks and the sculptures from Africa capture the imagination of the young artists in Paris. and very quickly what they see is an alternative way of representing the human form and the human face than the classical ways that sort of began with the Greeks and then the Romans and so forth, right? And that is it's a very stylized approach to the human form. Picasso, in fact, steals some of the masks and small artifacts that are on display in the Louvre. He steals them, takes them home, and it's because of that, because he's showing them to people, his friends later on at the bar, he becomes the prime suspect for when the Mona Lisa is stolen from the Louvre, because, hey, if he's stolen some masks, it's not too far of a leap to think he might have stolen the Mona Lisa itself. That's another story which is well documented in a book called Picasso, the Picasso as it... I'm trying to think. It's a Norman Mailer book, Picasso as a Young Man, or I'm trying to think... Portrait of Picasso as a Young Man, I think that's what it's called. It's a play on Portrait of the Artist as a Young Man by... Is it... Anyway, great book. I'm not a big fan of Norman Mailer as a person, or even some of his other writing, but that's an excellent book. Probably the best book I've ever read on Picasso, and it gives you a great idea of the period. So, where are we talking about? These masks, the African masks, that initiates a lot of interest very early on, and pretty much after that happens, Archipenko also sees that exhibit. He's obviously talking amongst his friends and like everyone who's an artist at that time, especially probably in their early 20s, is talking about this. All of the old guard, and who at this time are now the Impressionists who had previously rebelled against the neoclassical artists. The Impressionists are now the old guard. They're the old stuffy people, and now you've got a younger group of artists who are like, okay, what do we do that's different than the Impressionists, right? And they come up with Cubism. Well, Picasso and his friend Georges Braque initiate the movement called Cubism, and on Thursday we're going to be painting the most important work of all Cubism, which is Mademoiselle d'Avignon by Picasso from 1907, which he didn't show for about 5 years. Anyway, maybe let's look at some art here. So this, what we're looking at here, this artwork, Le Repos, is by Archipenko from 1911, and this artwork, this is sort of just kind of on the brink of Cubism. This artwork, which is not that big, I think it's about this big, was first displayed, well, I'm not sure if it was first displayed, but it was famously exhibited at the Armory Show in New York City in 1913, I think is, and the Armory Show is generally considered to be the most famous, the most important art exhibit in the history of the United States, because it was the very first time that some of the avant-garde artwork from Europe was shown in North America, and it caused a sensation. Half of the exhibit was dedicated to American artists, half of it was dedicated to European artists, and this was the first time that most of the American artists, let alone the American public, had ever seen in person artworks by Picasso and Braque and Henri Matisse and Giacometti and all of these artists. And we talked about how on the American side we had artists like Henri, or not Henri Matisse, but Robert Henry, and then some of the other Ashcan school artists. But it was these avant-garde artworks which blew away the Americans, and immediately the Cubist Revolution spread to the United States. But this artwork, what is interesting about it is that this, oddly enough, this little sculpture here was received the brunt of the anger for that show. This was by far the most critiqued and ridiculed artwork that was on display. A lot of that Cubist artwork was ridiculed. Picasso and all those guys got a lot of flack, but it was Archipenko's sculpture of this reclining woman which was seen as just as an example of the degenerate art that was being made in Europe at the time. They ridiculed it because some of the proportions were quote unquote incorrect, and it sort of just wasn't like physically impossible. But what they just didn't understand is that Archipenko's not trying to make a sculpture that is exactly like life. He's trying to make something that maybe that captures an essence or a feeling rather than being realistic, right? And that's sort of the distinction between Cubism and representational art, is it's trying to show us a different way of looking. And to do that, we have to do things differently than what's been done before. Here's another version. This one is cast in bronze. I actually think that looks really cool. I would love to have something like that. But even just, I mean, we have to look at some of these other things. This I just think is absolutely gorgeous. There's a lot of awesome work that Archipenko did. Here on the Wiki Art page, we have lots of different kinds of things. You could see like an image like this is clearly inspired by African art. As one might say, a lot of this, to be honest. And we can have that same sort of argument that we had when we were talking about Elvis Presley. You know, a white artist going and taking music that was created and developed by black artists and then sort of repackaging it and becoming super successful for it. Of course, Ukrainians aren't considered to be white people, so that argument doesn't really hold water here. But regardless, this idea of people culturally appropriating work from Africa and making use of it for their own careers and monetary success is a debate that, you know, has been going through the art world almost ever since, right? This is not necessarily something that's just popped up over the past 2 or 3 years. Even back in the day, people were like, is this really appropriate? Like, I mean, anyway, what we see here is not necessarily some of the best. I do want to make special mention of a few artworks. This one I do really like, but we just don't have time to do everything. But one of the major innovations of Alexander Archipenko's artwork here is the use of empty space or holes or voids or what we call negative space in sculpture. We see this all the time in painting, but before Archipenko, no one had ever even considered doing this. And this is what makes him one of the most important artists in the history of all art, is the way that he used negative space in his sculptures. So just as a quick brief, what does negative space mean? Well, let's say just my own body here. My body we would consider to be a positive shape. Now, you might think I'm a negative person, but my body is a positive shape. And surrounding my body is a negative space, right? And we're not talking about like biology or physics and all that kind of stuff, just talking about painting, right? So the area around me is a negative shape. It's emptiness, right? Although it's not entirely empty, but for art's sake, well, this is what we're talking about. So here, what we see is this woman with her hand over top of her head, and here's her hair, but where's her head? Well, Archipenko didn't sculpt her head. He sculpted the space around her head. So here's her head right here. It's the empty space that is representing that positive shape. And that, when Archipenko starts doing stuff like that, it just blows people's minds. Talking about this stuff right now, I'm sure some people are like, meh, okay, interesting, sure, whatever. But if you were a sculptor 100 years ago and you saw someone doing something like that, something that no one had ever done ever before, although maybe I'm sure there's probably some example, but at least doing this at this particular level and surrounded with at the highest points of the art world, it's just hard to understand how radical that step is. So what Archipenko's doing is he's literally sculpting negative space. It's like he's sculpting with the air. He's sculpting things that aren't there, or he's making things that are there not there. Right? It's hard to. I don't even feel like I'm doing the best example describing it, because how important it actually is. Because now we see this kind of thing in sculpture all the time. Remember, at this time, back in, this is 1914 when this sculpture was created, there was just nothing like that at all. Basically sculpture, even more so than painting, had stayed very conservative. Even, let's say, the most avant-garde sculptors at the time, like Auguste Rodin, who did the famous Thinker, I mean, that's about as radical as sculpture had gotten until this point. So Archipenko just blows open the door, and ever since then, the sculpture has never been the same. I just want to mention a few more things that are absolutely incredible achievements. So here's another interesting little tidbit here when I was doing some research. So I'd never heard of this before, but the information about this is very sparse, but I'll show you everything I was able to discover. So it says in 1924 he invented the first kinetic artwork that he called Archipentura, right? So his own name combined with painting to create a mechanical system for applying paint to strips of canvas. Now, I think they're a little bit incorrect here. I don't think it's a machine that, like, he didn't build a machine that made paintings. What he did was make a machine that had paintings that were moving. I think in another link here, description talks about how what he wanted to do was to do for painting what film had done for photography, to animate photography. He wanted to animate painting. And you might say, well, isn't that animation, right? Isn't that Mickey Mouse? And certainly some people would say that for sure. But here's so what he built is a machine that the paintings were, there's a whole, like, I'm trying to think of the best way to describe it. If you've ever been to a bathroom and instead of like a hairdryer or paper towels, it's one of these machine where you kind of pull down and fresh linen comes out and then goes back into a spool inside and you kind of pull down. And sometimes it doesn't work properly. Whenever I see them, I think like, wow, it reminds me of my youth, because only a few places seem to still have them. But you pull down and this linen rotates out, and sometimes it just sort of falls down onto the floor in a big mess. But what I want to show you is this is the machine that he created. And so what it is we have a bunch of little rollers, and each roller has a painting on it. And there's I think it was hand cranked, and as you cranked it, that painting, part of that little sliver of painting that you saw would rotate, and there would be a whole bunch of them. They'd rotate, and another little bit of painting would show up. So here, this is this word. A similar sort of thing would be, those billboards that you might see that kind of rotate, and then they rotate again, and there's different images that appear. So rather than just being able to sell that billboard to one company, you can sell different images to 3 different companies, right, and make that much more money. So this one, I believe, is this sort of woman doing a striptease. And so as it goes, this woman appears to be fully clothed, and then as these things turn, she has less and less clothes. So there's basically multiple different images that are being created as the machine works. And not only this, he also got a patent for it. And we can see this is the patent image. So obviously just keeps on going. You can make it as high or tall as you want. After seeing this, I was thinking, man, that would be cool. I've never heard of this until I was putting this episode together. A part of me, especially being of Ukrainian ancestry, wants to think like somebody should do this again. Maybe this is something one day that I'll build to honor this artist, because I just think it's so interesting, so fascinating, and I've never seen anybody talking about it before. Obviously, here on Alexander Archipenko's own website, or the website created for him, he wasn't that far ahead. He wasn't designing websites for himself back in the 20s. But this says he created this in 1924, 1927. Sotheby's says he did it in here says 1927, Sotheby's says 1924, so you'd make up. So here's just another quick little an article here. Yeah, it says that he intended the machine to do for painting what the motion picture did for photography. I'll just put this up a little bit higher. Yeah, it uses the principle of the roller towel, which I was just describing, and the treadmill to create this image. And they sort of make use of what they're talking about here of it's similar to these machines you saw in Crazy Cat, what they might call the Rube Goldberg device. Rube Goldberg was an artist that it would be fun to do artwork, but Rube Goldberg created these sort of fantastical machines that you drop a ball down, and that ball rolls down, and it hits a frying pan. That frying pan knocks something else off, and all these things happen. And at the very end, coffee pours out of a pot into a cup, right? And you see these things now on YouTube all the time. They're very, very popular. But that's what they're comparing it to, is this really bizarre contraption. So here's another one of those images like we saw just a few moments ago. Here's this image, this one with some clothes, and here's the negligee that she's in now, about to fall off. And if we can see this a little bit higher here, that's what the machine looks like from the side. So all of these rotating pieces of canvas. I just think that's absolutely cool and brilliant. We don't have the time to build something like that. And then also here, all of these links are in the description below, by the way. This is just an article where he talks. This is an article by Archipenko talking about the creation of his Archipentura device. I should also mention a few things, that there's an exhibition dedicated to his work up right now at the Ukrainian Institute of America in New York City. If you're in the New York area, I think this exhibition was supposed to end back in February, and then things happened in the world, and so this exhibition was extended. What else? I mean, in fact, I just want to show you, every major museum in the world has an Archipenko artwork. Like, here's just a list. There's the Hermitage in St. Petersburg, Russia, the Guggenheim, Museum of Art in San Francisco, National Gallery in Washington, D.C., Museum of Modern Art, Tel Aviv Museum of Art. I mean, he's all over the place. So he is a bona fide art star. Let's just, I want to check out a few more things here. As I said, he did do paintings, a few paintings, but he also wanted to try to find different ways of painting. And I'm not going to play this video because I'll get a copyright strike on it. But this is somebody just sort of walking through an exhibition dedicated to his work. And what you see here are these three-dimensional paintings where we see these paintings that are made of wood and glass and string and all sorts of different materials that you can kind of see from different sides. Now, he's not the first person to make sculptures that are very shallow, and those are called bas relief or low relief sculptures, where I mean, going all the way back to even before the Greeks, on the sides of temples and things, people would carve the sculptures of gods, and they would do them in very shallow sculpture so that they're sort of appear to be coming off the wall. The difference here, though, is that Archipenko, rather than carving into wood or marble, he's gluing things onto the canvas. And not only, and he's not just gluing, if there's wood, gluing a piece of wood on there, but he's using different materials. So another major radical innovation of Archipenko is using collage in sculpture. We have Picasso is generally considered to be the very first person to use collage in two-dimensional artwork. So taking clippings from the newspaper and gluing them onto a canvas and painting over top of them. Georges Braque and Picasso are considered to be the first people to invent collage when it comes to painting. But Archipenko, another major innovation, is that using collage elements for sculpture. And really, after he starts coming up with this type of thing, it's not too long after that Marcel Duchamp starts to create his, what he called the ready-mades. And eventually we're going to be doing a whole week on Marcel Duchamp. But then you have people like Robert Rauschenberg in the 1950s and 60s who created what he called the combines. He would combine different sculptural elements, and that made him a global superstar. But 50 years before Rauschenberg, you had Archipenko doing just that, blowing open the doors. Because people I know it sounds just like big deal, but he's the first person to do it. It just didn't even occur to anybody to do that kind of thing. Okay, and just lastly, I'd be remiss to talk about the work of Archipenko without just showing you some images of the final artwork that he created, which was this sculpture of King Solomon. King Solomon being the king of the Israelites and the founder of the King Solomon's temple, and a very important figure for Jewish people, and the author, generally considered to be the author of three what do you call them, parts of the Bible. So this final sculpture, which he created the year before he died in 1964, I think, and he originally built these small models of which were intended to be enlarged, and so this one is on display at the Museum of Arts and Sciences. There's a number of copies, but the intention was to create a 60-foot version of this sculpture. That still to this day has not been done, but there is apparently very famously at Penn State University in Pennsylvania, the sculpture is installed across the sidewalk from the library on campus there. And so what you see is the king either striding forward or sitting on a throne. It's not quite sure exactly what he's doing because it's an abstraction. And let me see, do I have one more photo? I guess this is King Solomon here, but you can kind of almost see him sort of striding forward. And in this sculpture, let me see, this got another, let's go back here. So we have this sort of crown and possibly this leg and hand striding forward. But to give it this sense of like a presence and authority. So remember we were talking earlier about that sculpture that he had done here where we have the void, these empty negative spaces that stand in for a positive shape. Here on the other side of things, we have almost the exact opposite. This incredible solidity. There's no holes, and that is intended to kind of show the power and the force and the grandeur of King Solomon. What else? Lastly, I guess I just want to show just really quickly, lastly, he did a number of artworks based on the Medrano Circus, or the Souk Medrano, which was in Paris, right in the Montmartre area. So kind of very close to the Moulin Rouge, where the famous can-can dancers were. You have a circus in Paris, in this relatively poorer area of town. It was kind of like the red light district of Paris at the time, where you had the can-can dancers, and this circus, I don't think it was really a circus for children, right? Again, we're thinking of the area, but Montmartre was the area of Paris where all the great artists had their studios, Picasso and Matisse and Archipenko, etc. And also, of course, a lot of the circus performers, the jugglers and the flying trapeze artists, etc., all lived in Montmartre, which is why you see so many paintings from the turn of the previous century that feature circus performers. Most famously, Picasso used, in his Rose period, and even certain parts of his Blue period feature a lot of these Harlequin-like characters. People wearing circus-like clothing and kind of like Joker hats, etc. Right? So Archipenko himself also sculpted images of these people that were in that area. There's more that. Okay, let's just wrap up really quickly by just in 1924, I think or 1923, he immigrates to the United States, and even before that, he was moving around, sort of establishing his own art schools. Like myself, he's very passionate about art, but also sharing his passion of art with other people. So he went briefly to Berlin and started an art school there. He had started one in Paris. Then he moves to the United States, and he moves around the United States in New York and Chicago and Los Angeles, starting different schools wherever he went. Which I think is, I was thinking about this earlier, him being an immigrant to the United States, and like a lot of immigrants, maybe having, it's not the easiest thing to find the source of income. Maybe you're not even technically legally allowed to do it. So they find different ways to make things happen, working under the table, starting their own art school potentially. I'm not sure how legal all that would have been, but even just the creation of his Archipentura device, basically establishing kinetic art. I mean, there's a lot of things that I think that immigrant spirit that he brought to innovation, which ultimately changed the world. And so he becomes an American citizen shortly after 1929, he becomes an American citizen, and he also does the Ukrainian pavilion for the Chicago World's Fair. And let's see. Yeah, I think that's good enough. Let's move on. Let's go to the next step here. So, this is going to be interesting. Okay, this reminds me of, in fact, I got to check out when the episode we did focusing on, because I'm so interested. A year ago, we also had a giant heat wave here in Vancouver, and that made things really difficult. And during that heat wave, I tried to make a painting Okay, so it was on June 3rd of last year that we tried to do the Agnes Pelton painting, and I had a lot of difficulty because the paint was drying too quick. That's going to be something that we're going to be dealing with today, is because it's so hot, paint drying faster than I would like. So I think what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be using thicker paint, mixing paint on the canvas, which is a little bit scary because you lose a little bit of control, but that's what I'm going to be forced to do today, and why not? Let's try doing something a little bit different. So what we're going to do with our underpainting is just doing a little bit of outline, so when we start smearing big gobs of paint on here, we're not too far up the creek without a paddle. So I'm going to put, I'm just trying to think of what do I don't think I'm going to need all my colors. Maybe, now that I look at it, we'll see. I don't usually use every color. I notice I haven't used a lot of cool red recently, so I'm just going to keep that off the palette until I do need it. So what I've done here is, again, you can see I got 2 yellows, 2 blues, and usually 2 reds, but I'm just going to use the warm red. This is called a split primary palette, and I've also taken my warm red here, my cool yellow here, and my cool blue, and just put them here on top of one another, because I'm going to mix them up and make a black. And you can see my ratios were sort of just eyeballing this, because we're just going to get this in here, and then we can add a little bit more of whichever color we need at the time. Okay, so right now this has got a bit of a brownish quality, and what that tells me is we need a little bit more blue. Now, because what I'm trying to do is make a black here. So if you're like, well, how do you know we need a blue there? That doesn't make any sense. Well, let's just take a look at the color wheel. So to get a black, we need to have a red, a yellow, and a blue. And you can do this with different color combinations, but this one I think is the most effective, and that has to do with just the strength, the opacity of various different pigments in these colors we're using here. But anyway, so when we've got a brown, this tells us brown is kind of like an orange, basically. Now we can make orange or purpley browns or greenish browns, but essentially brown is you just think of it as being an orange, right? So we have a brown that's kind of over here. To make it go into the middle, we need to put some other color that's going to drag it towards this direction, right? And if we add too much blue, we'll pop out on this side, and then we're going to need to put a little bit more of these colors to pull it back that way, right? So in the other instance, if we mix this color, it's kind of bluey green, that tells us we're right over here, we need to add some red to pull that color towards the middle. Otherwise, let's say we've got a bit of a purplish color, purpley black, that tells us we've got a good amount of warm yellow or warm red and cool blue. We need to add some more of this cool yellow to pull that color into the middle. So you're just basically thinking, if I've got a color like this brown, what is the opposite of that? It's blue. So we need to add more blue to make that more black. Okay. So let's just take some of this. We're getting there. I can already see that brown kind of losing its intensity and becoming more and more dull. We need more of this blue, and boom, that did a big service there. That's almost a perfect black. That's pretty good. We won't know exactly what that is until we add a little bit of white to it. So if you're looking at this color and you're like, I don't know, I don't know if I did a good job making it a black. Well, the easiest thing you can do is add a little bit of white, and the white will clarify things for us. So let's take a bit of white, mix that there, and we got a gray. And if we get a gray that doesn't appear greenish or purplish or brownish, then we've got our ratios correct. And again, if you mix that and you do notice that it's a little, then we just do what we were just talking about before. Now I got white on here, and if I put this brush back into here, then now I'm going to have a very subtle gray. So you just want to keep the white out of your black mixture. Okay. So, what I want to do next is take a small brush and do just a little bit of outlining. In fact, I'm going to use a bit of a bigger brush because you'll see here shortly there's going to be a lot of paint on here, and I got a few different ideas of what to do if this image gets almost obliterated. But having a little bit of this is just going to help. It's just one way that if I lose the shape of my image, how I can kind of find it again. And we're going to paint over everything here. So that's why I was like, why are you spending so much time? I'm talking to myself. Why spend all this time trying to get this perfect when all these little details in there, when we're not really going to see any of that? So the other thing too, because of how much paint is going to get layered on top of here, I am not going to be part of what I think might help me is the texture that will be created here. If we have a tiny little ridges that are formed, those ridges can help us see where the form originally was. Okay. Let's clean that brush. So I'm going to blow dry this, and then we'll move on to the next step. Okay, so that's good. I'm just thinking to myself about how I want to do the next step here. Oh, we want here. Okay, so our next step here is to do the background and to do a gradient in the background. And this is going to be either very fun for some of you or terrifying for some of you. It gives me a little bit of anxiety because it's sort of like an all or nothing sort of action we're about to do. So what we're going to do is we're going to paint a darker color on the top and then a lighter color on the bottom. I'll show you what the original looks like so you can see. So we want to get this area up top to be a darker gray, and as we come down it's going to get lighter and lighter until we'll basically try to go for a bit of a maybe white at the very bottom of the page. So what we're going to do is we're going to start with a much darker color up top, and then we're going to we're going to mix them on the canvas together. And what that's going to mean is basically we're going to put a big blob of darker color up top, lighter color on the bottom, and we're going to work them together and mix them on the canvas. And some people are really good at this. This is a bit more of a challenge for me. Now the thing is we want to have lots of paint. It's much easier to do this with extra paint than it is to try to mix it after it's on the canvas. So I'm going to make more of my black paint. So this is I'm just going to basically quadruple my ratio here. And if I've got some of this left over, then what I do is I've got a little jar here, right, of extra black paint. You can see there's even a little bit of some of those three colors: my warm red, my cool yellow, and there's even a bit of warm blue. Basically, you got a little bit extra paint, you could throw it into something like this. So I always find we need just usually a little bit less yellow and maybe a little bit more blue. So let's mix this up. That's a good sizable amount of paint. I meant to use a smaller brush. For this. Because I'm going to do the blending with this bigger brush. So. Splashed water all over the place here. Just try to keep things from getting too dirty too quickly. There we go. So that's pretty good. I just sort of put all those colors together, and it looks like we mixed a pretty good version of that gray. Okay, so that's great for here, but we don't want it just to be black, because that black we want to be in the foreground. So we can use this color again for the foreground, maybe even just adding a little bit more warmer colors to it. But we want to turn this into a gray. So let's do this up here. Let's take some white and let's mix this together here. So let's look at, I'll put them side by side and see kind of where we're at with this. Let's drag that up here. That's not bad. It could go a little bit lighter, but you know, it's entirely possible that in this process we're about to do that this gets lighter anyway. So I'm going to opt for just something a little bit darker. Okay, so there's my light mixture. Let's now take some of this and go for our basically white at the bottom. So you can see I'm using a lot of paint for this exercise. So we're going to blend these two colors together. Now the thing with, as you probably know, when we paint with white, it hides everything. So once we put this paint on here, it's going to obliterate any of our pencil lines. So I got a few ways to kind of work with that, not necessarily around it, but to work with it. So, because that's pretty close. It does look like that background has actually got a little bit of cold blue in there. So we could use cool blue in there. Do I want to put cold blue in there or not? You know what? I'm going to keep it like this rather than putting that cold blue there. Is this my gray? Let's skip this. Okay. So these are our paints that we're about to use. And what we're going to do now, I'm going to paint in, and I'm going to try to do it fairly thick, and I want to do it quickly, and then I'm going to try to blend it together. And it does make me think I haven't used my slow dry medium in a while. So what this is, slow dry medium slows the drying time down. So I'm going to put some of this into my mixtures. The one thing with this is it does thin the paint and make it a little bit more transparent. But this should work in my benefit because especially with how hot my studio is right now, I need every advantage I can get to keep this paint as wet as possible, because once I start painting with some thin, once that paint gets kind of thin, it's going to start drying immediately. And once it's starting to dry, you're kind of out of luck. So I'm pretty confident though, because we've got some white in here, that it's going to make this a little bit more opaque. So where do we want to start? Let's put our gray on the bottom here. So you can see I'm going to paint over top of my pencil lines. And I'm kind of putting a sizable thick coat of paint on here. Okay, let's do the same on the top half. And I'm kind of pushing that paint into the weave of the canvas there to try to fill in any of the gaps. Okay. And now I'm going to take my white. I'm going to load up this brush here and get a little bit more. And then let's start blending here. Let's get in here before too late. I'm just going to go right over top of this figure here. Wiping some excess paint off. Ah! I almost had it and I just kept going, right? So that's the thing. Is it just is it's an some people have dedicated their whole lives to doing this kind of thing. Obviously not me, right? Almost, I had it, almost again. So what's happening is my brush is starting to get kind of, or the paint here is starting to get drier, and it's kind of scratching the surface a little bit. That's why I said this is kind of a, you got to be working kind of quickly to do this. So now I'm just going very lightly over this surface. So it looks like there's sort of like a thicker area of white right in there. Is it worth massaging this all night? I don't think so, but definitely having some of that slow drying. I wouldn't be able to be doing much of this at all if I hadn't had that slow dry medium in here, because it would have already been too sticky. I think I'm just going to leave it like that. I mean, there's a few areas where it's maybe a little bit, you know, not quite as dark as I want. Or the transition isn't as fluid, but not bad. You know, if I just sort of, I guess, come on. A little bit higher. I guess I could have come down a little bit. Anyway, I think that's pretty good. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to blow dry this, and then we'll move forward. I mean, I could do some thin glazing here, but I could be here for a while. Okay, so let's blow dry that, and then I'm gonna map out where I'm gonna cut out some, well, you'll see. Okay, so this is taking a while to dry because I used slow dry medium in the paint. So it slows down the drying time, unsurprisingly, right? I do just want to, I'm not sure. I wanted to do just a bit of touch-ups. What is going on? How come I have all that? darker paint on my brush. So I'm just painting a little bit of this lighter paint back into the bottom where it got a little bit streaky. That's cool. And then I'll do the same thing for the top because I see a few places where it's also just a bit streaky. You'll notice it appears to be a little bit lighter when you're painting like that because the paint might dry. As it dries, it especially matte paint just appears a little bit lighter. I am really tempted to kind of just fix, really, that's the area. Let's wait until all that's dry, and then I can come back. There, but I think that's pretty good. I mean, not the best, but it was working. Okay. Yes, we did start at 3, and there's a good 30 minutes or so talking about the biography of this artist, Alexander Archipenko. So if you are interested, you can kind of go back and watch that. So what I'm just going to do here, just before I move on, is I'm just going to take all of this extra paint, and I'm just going to kind of pile it up into a corner. That way, if I do need it, I still have some that won't dry out, because as I said, my studio has got to be in the high 80s, if not around 90 degrees Fahrenheit, or 30 plus in Celsius. So things are drying really, really fast. So, you know, that didn't turn out as well as it could have. But if I was really trying, if this was like really, really important, I would have a studio that had really good air conditioning, and that would just allow for the paint that extra little bit of drying time. So I just want to clean these brushes up before I move on. And it won't hurt for that to dry as much as possible, again, because I also put slow drying medium into that paint, and that slow drying medium slows the drying time down dramatically, and that can be really, really helpful for doing this kind of a blending technique. So likewise, just piling. So now I've got a little blob of paint here and a little blob of this exact color. Really just because, let's say I drop my paintbrush in the middle here. This is just going to help me deal with any sort of major catastrophes like that. So that's why I made a point of making a little bit of extra paint. Okay. Manning says, where did you get the background music for your class? This particular song sounds like paint drying music. Well, actually, so this episode started an hour early because I got to make sure I get out of the house on time because I'm going to go see some music, some jazz music inspired by the musician Sun Ra. And I'm going with the musician who composed the music you hear in the background. He's a good friend of mine. His name's Sam Davidson. Absolutely, like, I think he's one of the smartest, most creative persons I know. And he composed the music for the background. And I'm not sure if he's still going for he created his music under the pseudonym Skim Milk. And I think skimmilk.ca was the web address there. In fact, let me just see if since the question came up, if I can. So here's the music that he's done here. Oh, this looks new. I haven't seen this album here. But I also designed the logo for his and took some photographs of him, and sometimes Sam pops into the chat every once in a while too. So encourage you to download some of his music, support Sam. I think he is awesome. That's my buddy Sam Davidson. We've also done lots of collaborations, toured across the country and stuff together, and so great guy. Now, this is where we get to move on. So we're going to now work on the foreground. Everything's still a little bit wet. I mean, So I'm happy enough with the background to move on. What I was thinking about doing was cutting this out. I'll do that anyway. We'll just follow my instinct, and because if you're in a situation like this and you cannot find your lines, this is one thing you can resort to. I do actually see, especially as the paint dries, I can see some of my lines coming through. So I'm pretty confident I could paint this all out without resorting to this type of technique. But I'll at least want to demonstrate it so that if people are in this situation, here's a potential solution for you. And the one thing is some people might feel compelled to go and use carbon paper and do this transfer process again. The one thing is, especially if this is even just a little bit wet, it's going to stick, the carbon paper will stick to this paint, and then, oh my goodness, you're in a world of pain, because then you're going to have all these little areas of it'll look like you threw it in the dirt. So one thing we can do is we can put this down here, and we can see if we can line it up to some of the areas where I can still see some of my paint. So for instance, I can see that right down here is where these two lines intersect. So that is really helpful. I can find that. And, I mean, beyond that, then it's really about straightening this. And I see a line down there. Like, I think that's probably pretty close. So what I can do is I can just take a pencil and outline this. I've got a pencil right here. Now this paint is going to be potentially still a little bit soft, so that can make it a little bit tricky. Because you just want to be careful you don't, if it's still a little soft, because we applied a lot of paint on there, we could potentially kind of scrape into that paint, and that can be kind of problematic. So I'm really going as lightly as possible over these lines. So I can feel this. See how it's like, this is sticking to that surface, right? It's not coming off. There we go. Now, yeah, there's still little bits of wet paint around here, so just got to be careful. I'm not sure if you can see those lines that I just painted on there or not, but let me just keep that nearby. Okay. So here's these intersecting planes between her thighs. Up there where it gets really dark, that's going to be a little bit tricky. I'm probably going to end up using a little bit of black paint for today's episode for the first time in a little while. I don't, as you might know, I rarely actually use black paint from the tube, but today might be an exception. The other thing is, you know, where her arm is. Now, I could, for instance, do the same sort of thing, like, in fact, let's do, like, I'm just, instead of me explaining how you could do this, let's just do it. So let's say I cut this out, and maybe it would have been good to have thought of this before, but let's say if you lost these details as well, what one could do is this type of thing, right? Keep that from happening. Let's just get this lined back up again. I don't want to use a pencil to scrape underneath here, so palette knife. Same sort of thing here. If I didn't have that, I could just go all right. And also kind of press down here so where that nipple is easier to find. Okay, so those are just a few strategies on how to deal with that image if we lose it. Now, it helps to have a relatively simple image to do this with, but you know, there's photographs of like Diego Rivera, the Mexican muralist painter who was married to Frida Kahlo, doing similar things with giant pieces of paper, right? That's kind of what we call a cartoon, and could cut those shapes out, put them, trace them out onto walls, and then quickly paint over top of them. Anyway, I'm just gonna paint this. Remember, this is our black that we had made, so I'm gonna paint my black over top of all of this. And I'm going to keep this here because it's hard to see the pencil lines up top there. So, you know what? Well, the way I'm going to paint this, I'm going to paint it. This is going to be hard to see on camera. But what I'm going to try to do is not actually leave any gaps between these different brush strokes, just painting in different directions into these areas, and then hopefully I'll be able to see them later on. I don't know if you can see, that's pretty subtle. The reason I'm doing this is because the way that he sculpted this is very smooth, and we don't really see any ridges or anything here. So, oops. Anything that I can use to help me, I'm going to do. And you see how, the way that I'm painting this, maybe I'll show you a different angle too. I'm using the side of my brush to try to get clean edges. I'm just going to switch to a smaller brush here. I gotta turn this canvas around. Because, you know, I try to film it all from one angle, but the truth is when I'm painting on my own, I'm always rotating the canvas all the time. Whatever angle it needs to be at to help you get the marks you need on the canvas. Okay. Do the same thing up here. So I can't actually see where my pencil lines are. I could, you know, spend some time really trying to figure that out, but I think, does it matter if it's a millimeter away or... Oops, sorry, that's not on camera. So you see how I can still see that form even though it's almost, I've painted it all black in between there. Now it's possible that I won't be too happy with some of these lines and I'll have to kind of adjust and But, you know, if you can do it right the first time, then do it right. Okay. I see. Looks a little bit tacky up here. I think this is going a little bit higher on the head than it actually originally was. It's a little bit flatter up here, but I just have a little bit of that paint from the background. It's not quite solid enough. So, you know, I was going to use some, I was thinking about using black in here, but I think as I've been working, I think that's less and less going to be necessary, so we'll see. If I want to put black in there, no problem, but I always think it's kind of nice to be able to make really, really dark colors without having to resort to the black. Not that there's anything wrong with it. Anybody who's watched Seinfeld. So this is the signature here. I'm just going to paint right over top of it. And just like we managed to salvage this form, we can paint that signature. Even after it's disappeared. If we want to. One of the reasons I did choose this picture is I did like the fact that it had his signature down there on the bottom, so I will probably put it there, but you don't have to. Okay, oops. Let's just zoom out so you can see how this looks at this stage. And we'll put them side by side. See, I noticed that that head is on a bit of a different angle. I probably should have looked at that before I went and did a bunch of painting. Let's get a bit of that back here. I think that's better. Oh, and it looks like it definitely goes a little bit further out here. I think I made the head just a little bit bigger than the original. I think that's okay. We'll do the shadow in a little bit here. I might actually do that as one of my next steps so that I can paint that black back over top of it. But that's pretty good. Creating says the original looks like a sculpture, not a painting. You are right, it is a sculpture, not a painting. Yes, absolutely. So something a little bit different, making a painting of a sculpture. You know, there are, as we talked about a little bit earlier, Archipenko did do paintings. He's by far known more for his sculptures than his paintings, but he did do probably a few hundred paintings, but they're not really what he's known for. So I did want to paint one of his most famous works, because this is part of a series of episodes focusing on Ukrainian artists. So, and I think learning how to do this type of thing is helpful anyway, right? The whole point for me of all of these episodes is to help people learn how to paint better, and improve their painting skills. So often painting from photographs is something that we spend a lot of time doing. So I'm going to blow dry this, and then, assuming this is nice and dry, we'll do a little bit of the shadow. That will really help, because right now this thing is just sort of floating in space. Okay, so just really quickly, if you saw me sort of kind of smudging things, what that is there's little ridges that formed, and basically it's sort of like a little zit there with paint. The outside is kind of starting to dry, but the inside still has some wet paint in. So what I'm doing is making sure my fingers are dry and then pushing inward, making sure I don't pushing that way or I'm going to smear paint on the background. And that kind of pushes the paint that's inside that's still wet out. And then just kind of going around, and just because I don't want texture on there. Now, certainly some people love texture. That's no judgment. It's just, that's just my preference. Okay, so the next thing I just want to kind of call attention to is, and hopefully, I think it's coming across a little bit, is you could see that it might be a little bit thin in some places. So what I'm going to do is just, again, take my paint and maybe just do a real quick second coat on any places where it seemed a little bit too transparent. Oops, and let me just make sure I can still see her crotch there so that I can find that area. I mean, it's almost like a good idea just to paint very thinly over top of everything here. Because sometimes it's one of those things, especially for me anyway, in my studio setup with these really bright lights, is from one angle, everything looks great, and then you get it done, and then you look at it and you're like, ah! How on earth did I miss that? Because the light shines on it differently in a different environment, and so that second coat, which is another reason why artists will put their painting up on the wall even before it's finished, because you want to be able to see those things before it's up on the museum wall or whatever. Because when you're just like that looking at your painting, you can't, sometimes you miss those things, right? Creating says, love to see the end result, but probably I'm sleeping when you're finishing. Wow, painting a sculpture, doing a great job. And Donna says, I've been here, but I've been talking on the phone. And Creating says, Michael, what are you painting in your own time? I'm working, thank you for the question, I've been working on a graphic novel, a comic book that's going to be about almost 200 pages long, about a Canadian artist named Tom Thompson, who's really one of the most famous Canadian artists of all time. We did a whole week on Tom Thompson a while ago, and yeah, so that occupies every waking moment. And so I'm actually going to do some episodes where I'll be working on it during while I'm live here, so that you can kind of see a little bit. Okay, I'm going to blow dry that one more time, and then we're going to start doing a little bit of glazing to get some of the details in here. So let's move to another step. So our next step is I want to do a little bit of glazing for a shadow at the very bottom, and I think that's going to really radically transform this painting. Shadows are really one of the most important parts of an artwork, and it's because whether it's a painting or in this case a painting of a sculpture, it's going to locate it in space. It's going to, because right now this is just sort of floating around, and I think no matter how well I do the rest of it, if I don't define the space, the plane that it's sitting on, not the airplane, but the plane in terms of perspective, it's just going to look a little, it's just going to create this weird confusion in people's minds. And so the shadow will help kind of provide clues to the viewer as to what's truly going on. So what we see is a little bit of shadow over here and a lot more shadow over there. That's because we have lights coming from two different areas. What this tells us is that the light coming from the left, or I guess this way for you guys, the light coming from this side is stronger than the light that's coming from the other side, right? Because the light coming from this side is just kind of obliterating the shadow over there, just giving a little bit of it, but we've got stronger light coming. Yeah, how I'm getting confused. Everything's backwards. So anyway, if we just, so the light is stronger here. It's obliterating that shadow as opposed to that, right? So let's do a little bit of glazing with we'll take some of our darkest, actually let's get, and this again is harder to do when it's hot. Basically what I would have done is done this background as a glaze, but considering the heat in here, I just was not able to do that. So I'm taking, this is my glazing fluid. I should just show that again. This is my satin glazing fluid, glazing liquid. Same thing as matte glazing fluid, right? Satin and matte are used interchangeably when it comes to paint. So here's some black. I'm going to mix that thoroughly into the paint. And you can see what I'm just doing there is just testing to see how dark it is. I'm like, that's pretty good. Nice, very subtle, because we want that super subtle effect. And maybe even before that, I'll just get another brush. This one's nice and dry. You want to do this with a dry brush to blend that out, right? So, especially because it's kind of hot. It's a little bit subtle. I just have to be very careful. Yeah, because this is so hot in here that's, yeah, almost, I think I'm going to quickly wipe this away. Right, so wasn't happy with the way that turned out, so if you can wipe it away quickly. Should have used a very clean rag. That was kind of a good near miss there that just happened. So I'll let that left side dry. Well, I do the same thing on the right here. It's really behaving strangely. Okay, so I'm just going to wipe that away and then just take a second and just regroup. Okay. So I think what happened is I just put too much paint on here, and what that does is, like, it was just too watery, and that makes it really hard to blend. I wanted something maybe a little bit drier. So because I wiped everything away and there was some water, what I need to do is just blow dry this, dry it, and start again. Right? No problem. This happens to everybody, but that's just sort of a good learning experience. Okay, so let's try that again. My glazing fluid. And just try to get a little bit of that paint off. All right, let's start on this left side again. One thing is because this is so thin and so transparent, I might not even need to blend it out much. You can almost use the brush itself to do some of that blending. Let's do the same thing over here. Okay, very, very, very subtle, but already can you feel like it just seems to be like landing. Okay, you don't want to. You just get, this is requires patience. So as frustrating as it is to do it and then blow dry it and then do it and blow dry it, that's the secret to doing it well, right? Every time you try to rush glazes, you're asking for trouble. Okay, let's continue. Let's do a bit more. Even if I'm not super happy with it, I'm just going to leave that and just continue over here. There's a little red speck in there. Let's just, rather than me try to wipe it away, let's just blow dry it, and then when it's dry, it's easier to pick that out. I want to get this shadow down a little bit lower. Okay, blow dry that again. So this process of glazing is one of the oldest painting techniques. If you're using oil paint, everything we've just done, that would have taken a few months, right? All because oil paint takes time to dry. It could take literally a few weeks for any of these coats to dry. So the great thing with acrylic paint is I can paint it, blow dry it, and immediately start working more into those areas. That's why, you know, when we talk about Leonardo da Vinci spending so long on the Mona Lisa, it's not because he's painting every day and he's just putzing around. It's because the drying time between coats of glaze takes so long. Okay. Okay, just don't touch it. Wait till it's dry. So it's so hard. It's like, ooh, you just want to fiddle and pick at it, but you just gotta wait. So this is starting to work here. I do want to get right next to the sculpture. We want it to be the darkest, right? Because that's where there's just no light right in those areas. So. Okay, we'll keep on going. Maybe just a few more, and I think we'll be ready to move on. Okay. And hopefully this will be maybe the last little... I mean, it's possible I might need to do more later, but I think probably I'll be ready to move on. The only reason I say maybe I want to do more later is maybe I just look at it and think like, maybe considering how bright my highlights are, that I need to also get those shadows a little bit darker. Okay, I think that's good enough for government work, as my grandfather used to say. So you see how that makes a huge difference. Now this feels like it's sitting on something. It's not just flying around in front of this gradient background. There's actually, it's sitting on the ground, because when the shadow touches the object, we know that that object is on that surface. So for instance, if we put this shadow underneath here, it would look like it was bouncing, like a ball or something, right? So now what we're going to do is just do the exact opposite. We're going to do gradients all over the surface here with light, with these grays, right? So, which one should we... Let's get our glazing fluid out. And where should we do this? Let's do this on this side here. Get my glazing fluid. And I suppose we could take some of our gray from before. This is the gray that we painted along the bottom of the canvas here. So I can mix this into my color, or into my glazing fluid, and now I'm going to have a very, very light color that I can use for glazing. It's also worth remembering that glazing fluid has slow dry properties as well, so which is what allows it, makes it easier for it to blend. Right, so if you try doing this without glazing fluid, what you'll probably notice is it doesn't blend as easily. Like, to glaze without it, first of all, it's going to be more opaque. This makes it a little bit more transparent, so you can get those thinner glazes. But it's also, because you can spread it out really thin. Use a blending brush just to kind of blend and soften those edges. It's almost impossible to do that without this type of a technique. Carol says, "Hi, I'm late, but back. I'm not worried though. I know I can watch from the beginning later. I hope you're having a great day and evening." Thanks so much. And Sandra says, "The gradient background looks so good." Thank you, guys. You guys are always so sweet. Okay, so let's just look at what we want to do next. You know, it's interesting. You can see how my background, my gray's got a little bit of a purpley quality, right? So that's because I mixed my own gray, obviously. That I could have put just a little bit more yellow in there, so it's not quite as wouldn't be quite as purpley. But that's something that in fact, actually, you know what? Now that when I'm looking at it in person, I don't see that. I think it's because I've amped up the reds just, I think, 2%. So it's just that little bit that might create that different look. So now, anyway, I got this glazing fluid. Let's do some glazes, like highlights, and we want to do one area at a time. By that I can paint a little bit, blend it out, do another area, blend it out, and then blow dry it. I don't want to put paint down in a bunch of places and then try to blend it all out, because by the time I'm done this area might be dry. So anyway, you'll see what I'm talking about, but I'm saying that because I sometimes, I get impatient sometimes, and that's how the painting bites back, is when you think, I'll do a bunch of these real fast and save myself some time, and then you end up spending another hour trying to fix that thing. One of my favorite quotes of all time, I'm not even sure where it came from, but I know it's from some chef talking to his staff, says, "Slow down, we're in a hurry," which I just think is poetry. The idea that, hey, we're in the middle of dinner service, it's chaotic, it's busy, we need to get these dishes out of the kitchen ASAP. We don't have time to redo a dish, to fix a dish, to if something's not cooked well enough or properly, we don't have time. So we're in a hurry. Slow down, right? Get it right the first time. Anyway. So, let's get this gradient up into here. Like, look at that, it's already starting to dry on me. So it's okay, because I can always glaze black back into those areas. Also, you just want to be careful that we don't blend this out onto the background, because that would be very tricky to fix if that happened. So looking at her chest up here, I'm not exactly sure how to do that, because so what I'm going to do is I'll do the things that I do know what I want to do, and then that will make it easier for me to see some of those details that are kind of hidden inside the body here. Remember, it's not a race. We want to build this up over time. So if it takes a few passes to get it right, that's what we would probably expect would happen. In fact, I think if you're trying to do it all at once, you're really going to get, the painting is going to bite you hard, because the painting is going to be like, nope, that's not going to happen. You think you're pretty smart, hey buddy? Yeah, no. So right now, I'm just trying to get a little bit of a soft area on top, and then we'll get the even lighter highlight. So this is, again, it's a process, right? Just drying that, cleaning that off. Hey. I mean, honestly, if I was in a hurry, I could be happy with just making a brush stroke like that. But since I'm not in a hurry, I can take a little bit of time and get it right. You can see all of a sudden it does start to take on a little bit of volume, right? Okay, now I start feeling more confident that I can tackle her chest up here. In fact, let me just see, how did I... Interesting, so I drew that line there. Oh, I just realized you couldn't see what I was just doing on the computer. Brilliant. Brilliant, Michael. Okay, so now I'm confident that I've got that first layer. It's not clean, doesn't look pretty, it looks kind of a little bit sloppy. I'm not at all surprised. I'm expecting that because what I want to do is continue this and build it up and then maybe even do some black glazing back into those areas. So let's blow dry this. Okay, we'll keep on going. Sandra says, I think glazing highlights are still my worst enemy 50 plus studies later. You know, probably it might have to do with the fact that, you know, when we're glazing with white, most often we're using titanium white, which is the most opaque color of them all, right? It covers everything, and that means that the pigment is, you know, it has like these big shapes, like big kind of like, if you think most pigments are like, they're like little flat frisbee like shapes or plates, right? And a lot of them are very small. Titanium white are much larger size, therefore they block everything out. You may want to consider painting with this is zinc white, yeah. So these are two different, there's transparent mixing white by Liquitex, and by the same brand that I'm using, Amsterdam zinc white. Both of these differ from titanium white in that they're much more transparent and often used in glazing as opposed to titanium white. I just use titanium white because I just don't want to tell people to get so many different types of materials, but you might find that a lot easier because you're not putting you're just going to get much more subtle results than you get with titanium white. Let's continue here. That's great, nice and soft. Now you can see everything starts to kind of get a little bit grayish. That's okay. That's okay. We can clean it up with a black glaze over top. Some of that area in the head up here, I'm not so happy with it, but that's okay. Don't get discouraged. It's so easy to get discouraged. So I tried to blend it when it didn't want to blend, and then I got slapped back by the painting. Now this kind of thing, this is why oil paintings excel. Like if you're doing a lot, like if we were doing this with oil painting, I would have been done half an hour ago. So that's one of the huge advantages oil painting has over acrylics, is that doing blending is just so easy because the paint stays wet that you can just keep on fiddling with it endlessly until you get the results you want. With acrylics, because things dry so quickly, even with mediums that slow the drying process down, you have to be, it's just a little bit tricky, which is why some people will do this type of thing with oil paint over top of acrylic paint, because you can paint oil over top of acrylic. You cannot paint acrylic on top of oil. Okay, I'm going to blow dry that and just keep on going. Okay. should show these side by side here. This might have been a mistake putting so much paint down all at once, but okay. You can see everything's sort of lightening up a lot. We're gonna go back into some shadows later on. In fact, I think that's ready to do a blow dry again. And now, you know, some of these areas are almost too light, right? But that's okay. It's a work in progress. Okay, so let's take a bit more. We're using very small amount of paint at any one time. Right, that's kind of the secret of glazing, why it takes so long, is you're putting almost barely any paint onto the canvas. But I've said many times that one of the things with glazing is it's like the perfect thing for timid painters, because you can go as slow as you want. If you make super thin layers, you can go really, really thin. Or sorry, yeah, you can. Is that? Did I? Or if you're very scared, you can just go do very thin layers and just slowly build it up. You don't have to hurry. You don't have to make too much of a commitment to the painting. Also, I should say, each time I'm doing this, I'm sort of kind of going smaller and smaller. So I start with a wider area, and then I keep getting smaller and smaller and smaller, so that I'm more and more putting less and less paint onto this surface. Right, I wanted to go in there and do a little fiddling, and like, oh, just hold on. We'll get it in the next pass here. Okay. I think I'm going to do just a little... Well, I might do 2 more white... Well, we'll see. I don't want to promise anything, because then I'll be here 10 whites later, but we'll see. Yikes. I'm starting to build out a little bit more of the brightest areas. You notice now I'm doing less and less each time. That area right in here, that's tricky. What? There's a shape here. Have to build that up slowly. Okay. Oh, I was. Well, I want to do more, but I got a blow dry. blow dry again. Okay. Wait for that reboot here. Might just do. I want to start getting closer to wrap up here soon, so we'll probably. I'm just waiting for the system to reboot. There we go. Okay. Ooh, that's a lot of white. I'm going to put a bit too much paint in there. Just dilute that with a bit of glazing fluid. Okay, let's just take a look. You can see I've built this up here because this is kind of a complex little area where I'm going to darken that down a little bit here in a moment. I think I'm almost ready here to go back the other way. Okay, so I'm going to blow dry this, and then we're going to darken things again. And maybe at the very, very end, I'll take a little bit of white and just put a couple of really bright highlights, like let's say even brighten up that edge right in there. I mean, I could just be doing that right now, but let's pick up the pace here. I'm going to use a pretty small brush now for this next, and in fact, let's make another. Okay, so now we're just going to go in with our black glaze and just sort of maybe make a few little corrections or adjustments to the glaze that we just put down, just to kind of tidy things up, because it's hard to be really precise with glazes like this. So sometimes you kind of build a little bit on top of one another. So let's just see what needs to be done. So you can see, like in the head up here, we'll lightly adjust this area, in her arm and around there. I might keep that. It might be just more trouble, and it's worth trying to make that adjustment. I think that's actually just the light itself. Different, maybe. Anyway, I think I'm okay with that just staying as one long shape there. Okay, so again, let's take some glazing fluid, and let's take our black, our darkest color, and there's not a lot on there, right? Again, the subtlety is what this is all about. Getting a little bit of this on here. And really kind of blending it in to make sure that it's even, because sometimes you get a big blob of too much or too little pigment. And I'm also going to use just another brush, but a smaller brush for doing blending, right? Because we're getting more and more precise, smaller and smaller brushes. So maybe we can even start zooming in a little bit here. That seemed to get a little darker, didn't it? Shouldn't have. Anyway. And I mean, this paint I'm painting right now is almost totally transparent. Very, very subtle. Ay, ay, ay. I'm not sure how well all of this shows up on screen just because it's so subtle, but it is kind of exciting because it's just like kind of maybe cleaning up or something a little bit of what I did before and just giving a bit more nuance where I might have felt I was a bit heavy-handed. Okay. So I'm just gonna blow dry all of this, and then we'll do it again. It's gonna take a few steps here. Let's go back up to the head here and just work our way back again. So we'll just take a little bit of my black again. Oops, glazing fluid. I can see it's a little bit off here. I think that line almost kind of looks like it connects down there, but I'm not gonna fiddle with that. It's just something to notice if I wanted to do it again. go underneath here. Let's blow dry that. Sounds like some interesting conversations in the chat there. Romance is in the air. Okay. So, you know, what I'm doing is using more and more black. It's getting more and more opaque. I still am rubbing it into the glazing fluid because that glazing fluid makes it a little bit thinner, a little easier to work with. If I go a little too far, it's easier to wipe it away once it's got a little bit of glazing fluid in it because it slows the drying time down. But I really want, like, in fact, maybe it's worth zooming back out. Yeah, no, I went a little bit far, but that's okay. Little things like the dark areas, I want to make sure they're dark. That's going to make sure there's lots of volume in this picture. Contrast is key. That's what it's all about, is making sure there's contrast. Actually, I don't know, when was the last time I blow dried this? I should be careful about doing this if I haven't blow dried in a while, because then I could accidentally wipe some paint away that is in the midst of trying to dry. Right, so again, I just take a little bit of my black, mixing it in here, so I'm getting more and more of that black on there, and just doing the opposite to what I've been doing. Okay, let's blow dry, and then I think after that, we'll do the signature, and we'll be very close. We'll be very close. So little debate I have with myself is that area and how dark is it, and do I want to add a little bit more highlight, which is not in the original, but just to help separate it from the background. I don't know. Thinking about it. Let's think about it. Something here needs to be adjusted. This is a little too bright, so I'm just going to take that down just a bit. Getting close here. I'm going to take some pure black right out of, not the tube, but the one that I mixed, and just really come in and get dark. Sometimes that glazing fluid, even though it's supposed to be 100% clear, sometimes it just still stays a little bit ghosted and gray, and So I want to make sure that my blacks are about as black as I can get without, of course, just actually using black itself. And it can be really hard with black to see if it's actually if it's black or still wet, which is one of the reasons why I really like using matte paint, because it's so much easier with matte paint to see your value contrast. When glossy paints, because they're so reflective, sometimes it can be really hard, or at least for me. I can only speak for myself. I don't know, I think I'm getting close. I think I need to blow dry. Okay, let's do that. Let's blow dry this. And actually, you know what? Maybe let's see if this works. There's a few little places where I had a bit of paint on my fingers, let's say on this corner down here. This is why I saved some of that paint from earlier. Now it does look more white, but when we blow dry this, I think that will change. And I do the same up here. Little touches. I just noticed, you know, there's always something you notice. I think I want to go in here. Remember I said I was like, should I lighten this area? I think the problem was it was just not dark enough, because some of that glaze from the white was lightening this area up. So nope. I'm being way too perfectionist about this. So let's I'm gonna start let's move on to our final step here. Should I do the signature? Oh, you know what, I was also going to okay. So I think we'll move into our finishing touches here. Just going to clean some brushes. So let's see, in terms of the signature, do I want to do that signature? It is very, very subtle. Well, let's get our smallest brush. So I'm going to use a really small brush, and I'm going to use the glazing fluid I used for my highlights. Maybe we'll actually just mix a fresh little batch of it. So we'll take our white we made earlier. Let's put this down here. Get glazing fluid into it. Because this is also, if I make a mistake, then I can always use because it's glazing fluid, I can wipe it away. Now, where did I put? Oh, here it is. So here's the text. Maybe I'll slide it under here. And I think I'm just going to eyeball it. Famous last words? I don't know. We'll see. So I'm going to start on the right and move to my left, because if I start here and I run out of room, then I'll be upset at myself. So that's very subtle. I can barely see it. little afraid it might be a little bit too intense, so I'm just going to add a little bit of my darker gray to this mixture. Camera was making a little sound, making it sound like it might be getting close to overheating, so I think we're in. We'll be done one way or the other pretty soon. So that looks pretty good. I might just take a little bit of my darker glaze from way back at the beginning, just mixing in here. Let's go back the opposite way. Take a bit of white. Gotta be careful not to overdo it here. In case you're wondering, no, I'm not on mute. I'm just being really focused here, so. Yeah. Maybe just before I call it. Wow, there is so many comments there. If someone's got a question in there, put it in now, because there's too many things going on in there for me to read through all of what's going on. So I apologize if I haven't answered your question. I don't even know where to start in that chat. Okay. So I'm just going to take this tiny little brush, and then if there's any areas that I think just want a little bit more white, mean, boom, that just makes that area pop. If I need to make that a little bit bigger. So I just took a little bit of glazing fluid with some white. Okay, I think that's good. So, I think we're ready to call this a thing and do a quick little side-by-side comparison. I'm pretty happy with the way it turned out. I hope you are. So let's take a look here. Just before we could do so, consider liking, subscribing, hitting the notification bell. If you like what you saw, you're interested in seeing more, consider supporting the channel. Take a photograph of the artwork you created, upload it to the Facebook group. We would love to see it, right? All the people that are in the chat right now, if you're watching us from a long time ago, they are all anxious to see what you've been up to, even if you painted this 3 years from now. As well, you can leave a donation. There's PayPal link below. You can use the super chat function here within YouTube. If you want to contact me through the through my email's on my website. That's down below, or the Facebook group. You can contact me, send me a direct message through those channels. And of course, this is going to take an extra little second to warm up because it crashed. So I should maybe while that's happening, I'll just let you know that there's a few other images by Archipenko also down in the Dropbox folder, and there's the outline for that. And here's another one, and the outline for that as well. So let's see how these look side by side. Let's back that out a bit here. So, you know, we've been painting for about 3 hours. I blabbed on for a part of that. So I feel pretty satisfied with that for an afternoon's work. Yes, are there some differences, little things like that, you know, but I don't mind. I'm pretty happy with the results we got. You know, maybe is the signature maybe a little bit too bright, or it's certainly brighter than the original, but I don't mind that. Let's just make sure that's in focus. Okay, well, let's zoom in and just take a look at a little bit closer details. Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's obviously all of this subtlety, and if I had a much bigger canvas, this would be no problem to tackle. But you know, when we're talking about something the size of my fingernail in that area, that becomes increasingly more difficult. You know, I was happy with the way I was able to redefine this area inside there with some black glaze on top of the white glaze. There is also this reflected light under here. That's pretty difficult. That, again, that would require a little bit more time to do. Shadow is obviously just a little bit different, and as I said, the light sort of disappears and it reappears there. I think that's actually the lighting. There's probably some sort of gate or flaps or something on there that prevented that light from going across there. So there's also, again, a really nice reflected light that we see in the original under here that I just didn't have time to do. Oh. And the signature, of course, is, as I said, a little bit bigger, but it's actually, you know, all in all fairly subtle. You know, I could glaze over that, darken it a little bit, but then it could be so difficult to see that, like, what's the point? And I think, you know, you can see in the shadow how much more purpley my gray was than the original. But, you know, actually in person it looks purpley, but everything else looks fine. So it might have just been when I was mixing that, I just got a little bit more red and blue on my brush, and that's what happened. But otherwise... There is also this little area, and I was thinking about that throughout here, but it's just almost too much in that little space. Okay. There she goes. So, that brings us to the end of another episode. On Friday, we are going to be doing one of the most famous paintings in modern art history, Pablo Picasso's monumental Les Mademoiselles d'Avignon, or the Women from Avignon, and it's considered to be the first Cubist artwork. And it was so innovative that at the time Picasso was scared of it. He put it against the wall and hid it for 5 years until his friend Georges Braque came by and was like, oh, let me look at some of these old... Like, whoa, what is this? Wow, you've got something no one else... So, we'll talk about that on Thursday. Pretty cool story about the birth of Cubism. Thank you, everyone. Looks at all the questions. Oh, my goodness. Okay. So take care, everyone. We'll see you guys in a couple of days. Have a great night. Bye-bye.